Bien. Vamos a ver cuántos salen porque voy a mostrar que historia tengo para continuar porque ya jugué un ratito hoy. O sea, literal, bueno, fue la primera misión sería. Pero bueno, voy a dar la juego nuevo. Con la esperanza de que no salga ningún logro. Pero quizás salgan. Por eso dice ahí abajo 5 logros, que fue lo de hoy. Lo que sí voy a saltear las escenas, Vamos a ver, si no sale ningún logro, reseteo el contador. Y bueno, si salen, anotaré los que salen. Espero que no salgan ninguno, así vemos cómo se hacen todos acá.
It was about 30 years ago.
Por ahora vamos a ponerlo en 0. Lo bueno es que ahora puedo tabular y... Ahora puedo tabular y no salen. Y no sale el juego. Eso está bueno.
I threw in
Bueno,
with the
vamos
kid
a arrancar
because a man I had sworn vengeance on
el
was
camino al
riding with
platino
Billy's
de
enemies.
Carlos Juárez.
But before I tell you why I want that son
También
of
ya
a
tengo para
bitch
subir una
dead,
habilidad, por ejemplo.
let me tell you what happened that day.
A ver. Bueno, creo que ya sale, ya tengo este logro y por eso
I
no
was
sale.
heading back to the hideout
Porque ni
when
siquiera me salió en
suddenly
Steam.
I had this funny feeling.
Funny, haha.
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
Eso no me agrada. Mucho. Ahí ya deberíamos tener un logro. Pero bueno. Ahora voy a mostrar
I
en
knew those
Steam,
two
a ver qué tal.
morons would never let me through.
Quizás fue mala idea
I had
lo
no
que hice.
choice.
Pero bueno, estamos jugando una partida de nuevo. De 0 y... Ya la estamos jugando en difícil directamente.
I heard the shots and I knew I had to
Está
move
muy
fast.
fuerte el volumen, ¿no? Ahí, creo que ahí está bien.
Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire homestead. I decided to help Billy and the
Okay.
boys out of it. So that's just what I did.
Ahora vamos a jugar directamente en difícil para ahorrarnos una partida, porque tenemos un logro en pasarnos en difícil y después de pasarnos juegos en desbloquear el modo lejano oeste o algo así que se llama, la dificultad máxima, y después tendremos que jugar en ese, que no sé cómo será, nunca lo jugué. Así que bueno, para ahorrarnos jugar una partida menos, lo vamos a jugar directamente en difícil y después lejano oeste. ¿Okay? Ven, porque ya no están los... Eso es un problema, porque si se acaba de buguear, ¿cómo hago para el platino? Acaba de hacer una macana con eso entonces, con intentar resetear los logros de la consola de Steam.
Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Quizás fue muy mala idea.
The right position is very important.
Vamos a completar el episodio
Personally,
este.
I prefer to be on top.
Oh, you do you?
Indeed, darling.
Y después veremos qué pasa en Steam.
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
Pero bueno, había conseguido 5 logros nada más.
Then, I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window. Back door! We'll cover you! Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house. I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left twice as mad.
Qué malo. ¿De eso arriba no está? Bro.
They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo. It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house. And like that,
De hecho, acá debería haber otro y no lo hay,
none the worse for wear.
por ejemplo. Hice bastante macana con resetearlo todo. Es que lo probé varias veces con otro juego antes de hacerlos con... Lo hice con el Terraria, de hecho, pero así como varias veces el mismo logro y me los volvían a dar apenas entraba.
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Y...
Yeah, sort of. Anyway, we
Ahora-
were surrounded by dozens of
ahora ando
deputized
preocupado.
shooters who wanted to do us harm.
De última sacaré clips de los logros que saqué, pero porque el directo anterior está despublicado. Si veo que no lo puedo arreglar y que me hago la macana, veo cómo los recupero. Aunque XD, ¿no?
That's when Charlie got hit.
Le dieron a Charlie.
They're catching us in a
Le dieron a Charlie
crossfire,
como 50
shouted
veces.
Billy. Get to the other side.
Ah, fuck. Me mataron. Ahí me dieron un logro. Ahí está. Entonces funciona y no funciona. Me dieron un logro que lo consigo más adelante. Bastante XD. Pero bueno. X. Voy a buscar esta habilidad. Buscador de la verdad. Para no perderme pepitas.
I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatling, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention. Bullets are useless against me. He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it? Many would have fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Jack.
Ok, ahí está otro logro. Bien.
Yeah, he
Ok,
better
funciona,
be.
funciona.
Mr. Graves, please continue.
Fuck.
Please,
Matar a 5
call me
enemigos en el aire.
Silas.
Bien, bien, entonces estamos bien, estamos bien.
Now, where was
Me doy
I?
cuenta antes porque me salen abajo en donde dice logros, o sea, ahí abajo.
Making my way
Lo
past
puse
a
ahí
castle
para
of
taparlo de
fallen
Steam.
foes.
Sounds like Garrett hired
Porque
a
yo
whole
tengo puesto
regiment
un
of hired
programa
guns.
para personalizar los logros, porque los de Steam salen muy chiquititos, horribles, ahí abajo. Entonces por eso lo tengo tapado acá abajo, porque de hecho ni siquiera se puede mover la posición. Lo tengo tapado acá abajo los logros de Steam, para que solamente vean aquel, el que sale arriba. Para que no vean 50 logros por todos lados. Y yo me doy cuenta porque primero sale el de Steam en pantalla y después sale el otro. Pero bien. Ahora sí se me fue la preocupación. Ahora sí a jugar.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up. Finally, I had the stables within my reach.
Ok.
And that's when I met
Sheriff
Pat
Pat
Garrett.
Garrett.
I read that you went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
Voy a actualizar los logros después de pasar un episodio. Voy a ver en Steam cuánto tengo y así. Así no paro el juego cada 2 segundos. Lo voy a hacer de esa manera. Cada vez que termine un episodio, o sea, un capítulo del juego,
You challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a
iré actualizando el
dime
número.
novel?
Ya vamos 2, de hecho.
It said he showed no fear as he
Y
took
acá
your
deberíamos
measure
sacar
with
otro,
eyes
que
like
es
a
el de ganar
rattlesnake.
un duelo en 0,6 segundos. Que hoy me lo saqué bastante easy. Así cuando termina el episodio me dan el de las pepitas. Porque no sé si ese me lo dio. Ese me preocupa bastante.
And that you killed him in a fair
Nice,
fight.
saco el oro.
Is that what that penny dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't
Oro
what I
raro
meant when I
desbloqueado, gana un
said
duelo
I
con honor
met
en
Pat
0,6
Garrett.
segundos.
So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables.
Y ahí sale otro. Esta vez es en serio.
And stepped inside, and bam! Last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy,
Aquello solo fue el
that was
principio.
just the beginning.
A ver si me da el de... ¿El de las pepitas? Me preocupa el de las pepitas,
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah,
La historia de este juego está god, pero me lo jugué 50.000 veces. O sea, ahora quiero platinarlo nada más. Perdona a los que les interese ver las cosas, pero bueno. Les recomiendo jugarlo y leer la historia y ver la historia, está muy god.
it's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could.
Ok. A ver. Bueno. Voy a ir mostrando también. Tenemos 5 logros. Bueno, los 5 que teníamos. Desbloquear una habilidad. Encontrar todas las pepitas de la verdad en una misión. Ahí. Justicia rápida, esta vez en serio. Y muerte del aire. Perfecto. Tenemos 5 logros ya. Así que actualizamos. Bien. Bueno. Ahí está. Cárcel de Nico, 28 de abril de
He was with
1889, 4
John
meses
Kinney's
después del
gang,
arresto de Silas
and they
Phillips.
were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Ok, nos vamos a subir este. Para no
Why
perder
were you after him?
I
las
owed that
pepitas.
son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine.
Pero hay que buscar bien.
Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence. Luckily, it was
Aunque igual
right around then
tampoco
that I
nos
heard
preocupa
Billy make
porque
his
hoy
move.
comprobé en el directo que no se vio
He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards
Comprobé que
as he made his
después,
getaway.
en la parte donde puedes seleccionar cada
Later, they
misión,
wrote
ahí
that
puedes
some lady
recuperar
friend planted a
todos
pistol for him in the privy.
las pepitas de oro este.
What the papers
Pero bueno,
didn't
si
say
nos podemos ahorrar
is
algunos,
that Billy helped me
no
escape
los
too.
ahorraremos.
My first order of business was finding a firearm.
¿Ves? Hay una pepita cerca. Okay. ¿Cuántos son acá? 4. Tengo en cuenta donde estoy, eso está bueno.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob
El capitán
Ollinger's
de Bob
mean-ass
Ollinger.
shotgun.
Whitney calibre 10. Ruidosa como el trueno. Puede partir a un hombre en dos. La escopeta de Bob Ollinger. Bob Ollinger.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy? Little son of a bitch shot Jim Bell!
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer.
Okay.
It could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing. The kids escaped, raised a huge ruckus. You won't get away with this.
Quiero mi escopeta, bro. Mierda.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Okay.
Guards
Thanks.
were everywhere looking for him. Can't let the kid get away.
Anybody see him?
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could, but
Corro.
some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms.
Voy a ir con esto para. Con el arma para
I
hacer
was a
headshot.
fugitive. How the hell did the kid escape?
Garrett's gonna kick our ass! Can't have gotten far!
Gotta be around here somewhere.
Son
So
of a
that
bitch.
bastard you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever gonna find him, I would need to get my ever-loving
Uf,
ass out of there.
las voz, acordándome de cositas del juego.
I tried to be stealthy
La
and
boss
sneak
fight
my way past.
contra el cerdo
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me.
de la Gatling va a ser complicadísimo.
Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
You hooligans can go to hell.
Stop him!
Por- Bien.
Give it up!
Tengo que usar mucho la concentración también. Hay un logro que tenemos que estar 15 minutos con concentración. O sea, obviamente no seguido, pero en todo el juego. Pero tampoco la voy a usar a cada rato.
Leave him to me! He's in town somewhere!
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and coloring. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
No sé si no me sé si hay una pepita cerca. Uf,
Shooting in the street.
rico.
Get your headstone!
Children here.
Ok.
So much lead was whizzing by my
Juegazo,
head.
bro. Completamente
It was like
infravalorado.
everyone in
Pase
Lincoln wanted to put me in the
muy bueno.
ground. I knew
Pasa
I
que yo no soy
needed
fan de
to
los
find
shooters,
a
pero soy fan de
horse.
los shooters. Que acabo,
Though I never did
qué
have
boludo
a
acabo de
great
decir.
fondness for those four-legged
Soy fan
grass
no soy fan de los shooters,
smelly, sweaty,
pero soy fan de los
ungrateful
shooters arcades como este.
beasts. We prize them too high.
Un shooter muy
yes.
realista, tipo. Bueno, realista no. Call of Duty, Battlefield. Ese tipo de juegos a mí no me gustan. Nunca me gustaron. Hay una pepita cerca. Nice. 2 de 4. Fue genial habernos subido esa habilidad de primero. Fue muy bueno.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Sí, me sirve.
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
There he is.
Respect for decency?
Bueno.
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town.
No sé si...
I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Hicieron verga. No sé qué habilidad podía subirme. O sea, si subirme full pistolas. Buah, de face. Logro. Daño masivo.
In for the kill.
No sale la descripción, maldito cerdo. Pero bueno, el logro fue por matar a un escudero por el agujero. Eso es lo raro. Bueno. ¿Dónde está? Perro. Muy bien. Se pegan terrible de lecheadas en difícil. Hay dos, una a la derecha y una a la izquierda. Oh, adelante mío. Pero... estaba adelante mío y no lo había visto.
How the hell did he get away? Take him down.
A distancia. Sordo. Duró, no lo veo. Hijo de puta. Creo que me va a subir fusil primero. Es que probablemente no me subas escopeta. Aunque obviamente hay un logro que tengo que subirme todas las habilidades, pero... a ver si no hay ni una pepita por acá, no. Pero escopeta es el último que voy a subir porque no voy a jugar con escopeta. Aunque hay varios logros con escopeta, pero bueno.
You won't get away with this. I'll flank it.
Por lo pronto me voy a dedicar a pasármelo en difícil y que algunos logros vayan saliendo. Otros los podemos repetir en misiones específicas y jeje. Porque hay un logro de matar a un escopetero con una escopeta a corta distancia. Pero en difícil va a estar complicado hacer eso porque deletean casi. En esta dificultad. Me quiero imaginar cuando tengamos que jugar lejano oeste. No sé qué no sé si es más dificultad, si es sin checkpoint, no sé. No sé cómo será esa dificultad. No vi nada sobre eso.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. Hello, Bob, I said. I think you better let me go. And he says, I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun. So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
Tengo que evitar demasiadas cosas, bro. Ok. Acercar la mano. Lo puedo ganar sin honor también, pero quiero hacerlo todo con honor. Ah, fuck. Tengo que hacerlo justo cuando está bajando la mano, seguramente. No, qué puto. Bueno, tengo ese canal, nada. Este canal se va a la mierda. Es increíble, boludo. La gente se está yendo. Estamos haciendo las cosas mal, boludo. La gente se está yendo. La gente se está... A la gente no le gusta. ¿Qué onda? A ver cómo estás. Me vas a cagar, gordo. No me jodas. Puta madre. Es que no le quiero ganar de forma deshonrosa, le quiero ganar con honor. O sea, lo puedo matar
He
fácil, pero lo
intended
quiero
to
matar
kill
con honor.
me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
Soy una persona honorable. O sea, lo puedo matar antes de que él desenfunde, pero eso sería sin honor. Y por las dudas lo voy a hacer con honor. Ay, se me fue el centro. Dale. Estos días voy a estar solito porque Cali también está full con los estudios, pobrecito. Me siento solito. Esta vez se muere, esta vez se muere. Nice.
I killed him in a fair fight. Everybody saw I had no damn
Por
choice.
cierto, ¿viste mi canal de YouTube?
Well, Lincoln got a mite depopulated that
Me
day.
faltaron 2
Pat Garrett gunned
pepitas,
down
pero bueno,
Billy
eso
3
la gente
months
las puedo
later.
pasar.
So his escape was
Espectacular
all for
como
naught.
puse todo nuevas portadas de YouTube.
So where'd you go after
Le puse
Lincoln?
miniatura a todos los juegos.
Mexico.
Digo, a todos los videos. Me quedé
Until I
como 2
realized
horas antes de ayer. Solamente haciendo eso. Me faltaron 2 pepitas, la verdad. Qué pena. Voy a tener que pegar un repaso más adelante para buscar solamente las pepitas. Cañón de
So was
Guadalupe,
the
13 de
bastard you
agosto.
were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such
Ok,
murderous
acá empiezan las dinamitas.
bastards.
Tengo un logro que
The
sacar.
bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! There!
I did my best to help those poor passengers. Moments later, the attackers were
Facilito.
dead. And I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing.
Cierto, tengo habilidad. Me voy a subir a la distancia. Más una al apuntar me sirve.
None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did. They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their
Apache,
hapless
bro.
enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had. Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never
No,
seemed to be an
no
end
te
to it.
puedo creer, justo tenía que recargar.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked me, Apache style.
Está espectacular
I
este
was in a
juego, venga, le
pitched
vamos a contar la
battle,
historia.
but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks.
Estoy muerto.
I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge.
Ah, me están disparando de todos lados.
See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations.
Puta.
But I
Bro, no
just
pegué
kept
ninguna.
shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up.
Perros siguen saliendo. Okay. Tengo uno atrás. No tengo lugar para cubrirme.
Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim.
¿Cómo pretenden que sobreviva ahí, bro? Son un montón. Buena idea jugar en difícil de primeros. God idea.
Luckily, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly
Ah,
spotted
tenía que
a
gastar
way
mi
out
bala
of my
nomás, sí,
predicament.
imbécil. Corre. Bueno,
He's getting away!
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about
aquí hay una
to
grupita cerca.
die.
Ahí está.
I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with
No
me.
me queda otra que correr.
As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this?
Where's he gonna run to now?
Corre, picho.
I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
No one will ever fight you here!
And that's when something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven, I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition.
Cagaron, putos.
Bat Masterson once told me it was more
A
important
ver,
to
me
be
voy a
lucky
subir
than good. And he would
como
know.
más largos, lo voy a necesitar. ¿Qué más tengo para subir acá? Ah, y este también es God, ¿eh? La pelea contra el viejo va a estar
And imagine my
difícil.
surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat.
Ok.
My fury knew no bounds.
Where's he going?
Voy a comprobar algo. No, no hay un logro sobre eso. O sea, hay un logro sobre eso, pero no de esa forma.
Shoot that!
It was finally time for that old man to pay
Una
for
pepita
his
cerca.
sins.
Hay una pepita cerca. Te vi. What? ¿Caerá con la dinamita? ¿Cómo lo agarro? Bro. Va por acá, ¿no? Oh, fuck. Bueno. Che, me falta una pepita. Bueno, no me caí tan alto, pero... Está re delicado, bro. Si ya me hacen tanto daño así, cuando nos toque en el modo lejano este, bastante rico va a ser, ¿eh? Rabia, puto unión, malo como el de Dion, como el de el viejo Clanton.
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, "Clanton, I'm coming for you!" A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till Kingdom Come. But I knew I could not let that deter me.
¿Dónde estará la última pepita?
Not if I was to find
Bueno, no me voy a
and kill
preocupar
Ringo.
por las pepitas, si salen, salen. Total, después vamos a
I
tener que
needed
pegar
to
un
get that
repaso, así
old
que
man off that
da
gun.
igual. Está esperando que dispare.
Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me. Contraption jammed to death. Show yourself.
Por ahí.
Put your chest.
Es más. No.
Why are you so afraid to face me, huh? I
Mal.
don't know how you live this long. What did I ever do to you?
Te mato con el power,
Oh, gotta reload. Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps. And that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary
Otra vez
gunfight
me
at the
faltó
OK
una pepita
Corral.
en todo me está faltando uno. Siempre va a haber uno que va a ser muy complicado. Tiroteo en el aserradero. Uff. Me acuerdo de la pelea de este capítulo. No sacamos ningún logro todavía.
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo. I had tracked him and the cowboys to their hideout at a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to
Johnny
piss you
Ringo.
off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bright?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why.
Earp's coming! Get him ready, boys.
Damn you! But first I need to tell you about the cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious. Curly Bill took charge of the cowboys upon the old man's demise, and after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge. So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil.
Okay.
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was.
¿Me pepita?
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other, and I was beginning to wish I had one myself. But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed, and that's what drove me forward.
Do I have to do everything?
¿Por qué no le pego de lejos ahora? Le estoy pegando.
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cat.
Esta es la escopeta que necesito para el logro.
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might
Pero
have
tiene que
taken
ser un escopetero, creo.
That Lunger should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder
Pero
of
tiene un
Morgan
revólver.
Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Buena inteligencia artificial ahora.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is
Voy a
that
quedar
what
con la
you call
recortada.
it? Being loyal. Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
Se lo dijo. Misiones. Cheta. Okay.
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire
Dinamita.
cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
Ah, puta. No veo.
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Duro, teniendo de allá. Qué bueno.
Can't believe you keep missing.
Le di igual, Tiro de mierda, pero le di. Esta vez sí le di. Qué bueno. Oh, nivel. Revólver engarzado. Ah, es verdad, tengo que bloquear 3 de estos. Ah. Por eso quería estabilidad. Vamos a agarrar.
the kill. Keep shooting. I don't mind. Come on, look at some bit. There he is. Oh, now what? God damn it! Blink him. He has it coming. Oh, so you're hiding too now. There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive
Aparte no puedo
operation.
cambiar por la pistola, la concha, por lo menos. Ok, vale. La verdad que ahí vale, sí, vale, sí, vale. Subí, boludo. Vale.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards
Realmente
that were
tenía que
still
estar al
alive
lado
made
para
a
la
last
película.
stand.
Yo. Sí, morí.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo,
Lol,
and his
me salté-
compadres took
me
off
salté
into the
con- me
lumber
salté toda la
yard,
zona,
and
¿no?
I followed after.
Me salté toda la zona porque creo que esta es la operación. He hecho un trago antes de disparar. Curly Bill.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open. Time to dance with the devil! You working for Wyatt Earp? This is just for you, Earp. Send you to kill me? Why is he still standing?
Perro, te vi.
You can't hide forever, boy.
Va, va.
Come on, kill that annoying son of a bitch. Gonna kill you.
Son of a bitch.
Morgan Earp. No chance. No use. Come on out, son. Shit.
Mucha gente.
Just gonna catch my breath.
Cerdos.
Come out, wherever you are.
Mira ese video por ahí le pegué. Quería adivinar la verdad. Yo no leí, pero... Qué perro, ¿sabes que tengo gente atrás?
Oh, wanna play hide and seek? Got a lot of sand showing up here all by your lonesome.
¿Verdad? ¿Está muerto? Ahí hay uno ahí. Ahí hay uno.
Come on out, son. Be right here if you need me. Make him pay.
Ok. Está muerto.
You can't hide forever, boy. You working for Wyatt Earp? Help me out here. What the heck just Shit!
Una de esas le doy.
Let's see what you
Ahí.
got. Brocious gave me no
Bueno.
choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
El siguiente en mandar y llevarse un tiro. Johnny Ringo. Ok.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
No. Todo mal. Todo mal, todo mal. Se me fue, se me fue.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Poco no, ¿no?
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy.
Logro.
But the legend ain't always true.
Bueno. Aún hay más.
Doc Holliday had nothing to
¿Por qué
do
no
with
sale la
the death
descripción
of
del
Johnny
logro? Me
Ringo.
cago en su puta madre. Bueno. 6 logros, ¿no? ¿7? ¿Cuál fue el otro? Ah, este. Ok. 7 logros.
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieves.
Bueno, el logro era solamente matarlo al güey ese. Por lo menos, bueno, el de Steam sí me dice la descripción, pero en realidad este programa también debería decírmelo, pero bueno. Quizás está bucket. Lo importante es que salga ahí.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plumber looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits, and put a generous price on his head. Plumber rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
Barrels of gunpowder. Why would you be nervous? No one has the cojones to come after us. As long as you don't light up a cigar, we're fine. Besides, George is up there on the rocks with that rifle of his.
Mucha gente, ¿no?
Gets past him.
Ay, cierto que... Mucha gente ahí arriba, what the fuck.
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, but Samuel Colt made them equal. I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it.
Por acá tiene que haber una pepita. ¿O no? The fuck? ¿Dónde estoy? Mamá, me perdí. ¿Qué principio? Pram, pram, pram. Pues sí. Ok. Param, pam, param, pa, param, pa, param, param, pam.
It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches.
Necesito que tiene una dinamita.
Put that moron out of his misery.
Vale, please, tiene una dinamita, no va a tirar, ¿no?
There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plumber. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, the blacksmith.
¿Para el revólver grabado? ¿Esto qué? Okay.
James, who worked in the stable. Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's sons. Ordinary citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors.
I'm putting you down.
Era bueno ahí. Tengo que estar atento a eso. Quiero sacar ese logro rápido. En esta partida.
Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach.
Put that moron out of his misery. I'm fine.
Dangerous, desperate
Entrante.
individuals.
Rico.
I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it. They must have thought I was touched. Or had some kind of death wish, seeing as there were barrels of gunpowder everywhere. One stray bullet, one stray spark, and I'd be blown to hell and gone. Did I have any second thoughts about what I was doing? No. I thought I was some kind of hero.
Okay.
I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
X.
Hey, I'll flank him.
Ok. Deja que me maten. Ese es el momento para hacer el logro. Lo voy a forzar.
I got this. Do you know who we are? I guess you had enough, huh?
Ahora no la tiro.
How do you like that?
Hijo de puta que bro.
Besides, once you enter a mine like that,
Pues
it's
lo tiras
easy to
ahí
get
arriba,
all
¿no?
turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell. A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
Time to die.
Corro. Ah, está ahí.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come. With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at.
Esto puede ser peligroso.
I can't hear you.
All it takes is one tiny spark,
Una
and boom.
chispa y boom. Es verdad. Ok.
Take that asshole out.
No sabía que me iba a costar tanto el de...
You ain't beating me.
El de la dinamita, bro.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tomb. I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane. It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even
¿Tenía que hacer
tried.
algo más?
Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite
Es
side.
espectacular como cuenta, me había olvidado esta parte. Creo que
It
acá
was
voy
a
a
long
poder
way
hacer lo que
around,
yo
but that
quiero.
approach
Más
seemed
cómodo.
more sensible at the time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution. Because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, I was determined not to give up, however. As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
Hay una pepita cerca. La última de este episodio. ¿Dónde está? Voy a tomar altura, capaz que de acá arriba la veo. Allá está. Ahí la vi. ¿O no? Acá sí. Buena. Que sí. Se guardó. Necesito hacerlo de la dinamita. Tengo ese logro, lo quiero sacar, sí.
I wanted to use the element of surprise. Plus, I figured I could use the exercise. I was warmed up already, so what the hell?
Facilito.
Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there. The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
La pelea contra el viejo que tira dinamita. Pero creo que no va a funcionar el logro porque... Porque creo que el logro es explotar una dinamita en el aire y matar a alguien mientras está activada la concentración. Pero lo había intentado.
Well, this day is just getting worse and worse for you, ain't it?
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was gonna take some doing.
Guess you've had enough.
Lo podría.
I'm going all medieval on your
Lo vi.
ass.
Lo podría forzarlo.
No blood money for you today. That's this, you son of a bitch. You can run, but you can't hide forever. Damn it, I need some help here.
Necesito recuperar concentración, no me va a dejar, ¿no?
Take this cocksucker out.
Está bien. Vamos. Un segundito. Arranqué sin tomar té. Logro de bloqueo. Ya ahora que lo dije. No me tomo. Son of a bitch. Pa.
Sorry, son of a bitch.
Muy bien. Ok.
I'm going all medieval on your ass. I can shoot too.
Sordo. Ay. No lo vi.
No blood money for you today. They're gonna bury you in a million pieces. How you like that? Die. This is gonna hurt. You killed an innocent man. You can shoot, but can you aim?
Que me quiero guardar la concentración. No sé si va a ser conveniente.
No blood money for you today. Why not just give up and die?
Dale la concha, tu hermano. ¿Cómo me cago? Fuck.
They're gonna bury you in a million pieces. I'm going all medieval on your ass. Bastard! How you like that? I can shoot too! Catch this, you son of a bitch! You can shoot, but can you aim? Don't toy with him, just kill him!
Recupero vida.
You ain't taking me! They're gonna
Pues
bury
no,
you
estoy
in
bien.
a million pieces! I'm not ready for you today! Not you, moron!
No, me queda otra que trae hallarlo. Ya está.
Gonna blow you into next week, boy! Oh. Oh. No blood money for you today! Bastard! What do you think you're doing? You can shoot, but can you aim?
Estas.
Must be about out of bullets. Run!
Esta dinámica de mierda.
Drop you down a mine shaft.
Ok. Dame dinamita.
You ain't taking me.
No, dame dinamita, la concha de tu madre. Este logro me lo saco como... Me lo voy a sacar ahora porque puedo.
They're gonna bury you in a million pieces. You ain't taking me. You can shoot, but can you aim? They're gonna bury you in a million pieces. No blood money for you today.
Ok.
Want that one, didn't you? I'm going all minute.
So that's how Henry Plummer
No me la
died.
dio.
Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold.
No me la dio.
And now, I was
No
officially
me la dio.
a bounty hunter.
No me la dio.
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Fuck. Bueno, no importa. Después lo sacaremos. No pasa nada. ¿Cuántos? No sacamos ninguno, ¿no? No, no sacamos ninguno. Todavía vamos 7 logros. Bastante sad. Dame 1 second. What? Segundo. Okay. Bien. Dame- Lo maté con terrible combo y no me dio la obra. Lo maté literalmente disparando la dinamita y la dinamita fue lo que lo mató. Pero bueno, o sea, el logro no es eso, sino es reventar la dinamita y con la misma concentración matar al güey. O sea, cualquier enemigo, pero lo quise hacer ahí porque no sé.
I
Es para
dodged
difícil.
death many a time, and that night in Abilene was no different. I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
Oh, dynamite! Okay.
I thought the Texas Rangers got hardened.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres to the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in
Ah, y
blood.
hay una pista cerca por ahí.
Hardin was waiting for me, and
Ok, duelo. Más adelante hay un duelo doble. Lo que va a ser en difícil ese...
I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the
Antes
end, he
anoche cerca
confessed
de
to
Abilene.
taking the lives of 42 men. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
God damn it! Shoot that son of a bitch!
¿No es un cosa de barril explosivo eso? No. Qué verga arma, bro. Puta madre. Dynamite!
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. As most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands.
Ahí está.
I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcomed presence.
Take him down!
Este revólver está más hot, creo.
Stop that sumbitch! Let the boys know we got another law dog.
Ok, ahora sí.
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Ay, quema. Que sí.
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better. Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers.
Yo qué botón.
Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story.
Penetrante, ese soy
I
yo.
didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
Oye, perro. Vean. Y por acá, ¿no? Y ahí, perro.
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon.
Hay not balas. No tengo balitas.
Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me.
No me agrada.
In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Su puta madre.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Se viene el duelo. Primer muerto a los 15 años. Mata a un hombre por roncar y a 40 por respirar. John Wesley Harding.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him. No, wait! He didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
Si aprieto espacio, o sea, me dice apretar espacio para salir del tutorial ese. Pero cuando salgo ya me está matando. No me da tiempo de esquivar. No tengo balas. Me voy a disparar. ¿Qué pex? Imagino que tengo que esquivar hasta que me dé la opción de disparar. Si no, no entiendo.
That man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless avenger took his life. Shot him in the back.
Nunca llegó la bala, pero bueno.
This one.
Me sirve.
Anybody up for another beer? Ben?
Fue con honor, no me lo dieron.
Thank you, darling.
En mi opinión, fue con
Yeah,
honor.
some...
Pero bueno. Bailando con renegados. Sila Graves persiguió a peligrosos forajidos como John Wesley Harding esperando a que le condujeran a Bryant. El mismísimo Bryant, aunque la concentración estricta de Canadá. Ok.
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickle the nether regions of heaven.
Hace mucho tiempo en una montaña muy lejana. El inicio es
Grey
cálido.
Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death. Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
Porque sí. Hay dos caminos. Ah. X.
They saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Me faltó uno atrás.
They saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that
Pero
maybe
que
this
no lo
wasn't
veo,
such a
oiga,
good
atrás.
idea.
Me quedé un rato ahí y no estaba. ¿Dónde carajo verga está? Fuera.
They saw me before I saw them.
Sí. Hijo de perra.
And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
Oh. Esa escopeta. ¿No era un escopetero eso? La mía que me bugué. Uf. Voy a confiar. Hay una pepita cerca. ¿Dónde? Fuck. Qué perro. A la conchita no me voy a encontrar. Ok. ¿Qué estoy haciendo para alcanzar esto? Para el fusil dorado.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there. I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
Esto es una escopeta.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout.
Siempre, de vez en cuando tiro un tirito ahí al aire a ver si le pego a alguien. Ah, son fusiles, con razón, ok.
A deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness. See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
Oh.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars.
Buenas esquivadillas, ¿eh?
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
Necesito como un combo de 20 también.
so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to 2 Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death. I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the
El
shadows,
mismísimo Nightwolf,
and I
boludo.
sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
he said I was a great warrior, a coyote man,
Este juego
unequaled by any other
No, no creo que no
pale-faced
llego.
warrior, or
Bueno,
something
va.
like that. As his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
he said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines.
Buena, logro. Desbloquear ambas armas. Desbloquear ambas armas exclusivas de una categoría. God.
They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
¿Sabes que si no pego ni un... No. No sé si llego.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle.
Hay que llegar. Ah, no, solamente es vale. Fusil dorado, ¿verdad? Uff. Está nice.
I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever.
Bien, ahí nada.
Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river.
No,
To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo's right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but I am relating exactly what happened to me.
Había matado igual, Pena. Okay.
I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out.
No creo que quiera saberlo.
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Tres. 4. Qué perro. No. ¿Sabes qué? Me voy a suicidar. ¿Sabes que si hago bien este? ¿Sabes que si hago bien este tengo logro? ¿Sabes qué buena parte para hacer el logro? Y ya me lo saco. Yo todo logro que me pueda sacar de encima, aparte de jugarlo, me sirve. Qué verga. Voy a intentarlo un par de veces. Creo que es un buen lugar. Igual me hubiera gustado resetear de antes, de cuando empezaban a venir. Porque después mira que me perdí.
And in the end, a path
Ay,
appeared
12
before
no.
me that I had not seen before.
Pero bueno, este episodio es bueno, hay que acordarse.
I followed it as I
Este episodio es bueno para hacer el logro del combo de 20. Tengo que hacer un combo de 20 enemigos derrotados de una.
But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air. Never did find him.
Falta una pepita. Ok, ¿cuánto sacamos? Vamos, bueno, sacamos un logro nada más. Pero bueno. Algo es algo. Son of a bitch.
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem...
Chamán Yalir gris lanzó una advertencia misteriosa a Silent, aconsejándoles que no se revolcara en el veneno de la noche que limita tu justicia.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. Oh, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeyville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property. The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys. They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually. We just gotta wait the son of a bitches out.
But this bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. He went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Are you crazy? What the
You're
fuck?
going, dumbass. That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank. Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting.
Repita.
From above.
100%.
Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a
Repítate ahí
steep
atrás,
ladder,
seguro.
laughing at danger as he did. It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
No corrí. Si voy por acá, ¿qué pasa? Me estoy olvidando de la historia. Captura los saltos. Para que me curo.
We've got company.
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free. Like Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
¿Sora? Acá. Sí, imbécil.
Is that Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch! Shoot! You just dodged a damn bullet?
Fuera apurado.
We've got company. Is that Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch!
Viste cerca.
Over
Que
there!
sí.
That's Silas Greaves. What the hell?
Blam! Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons. His name was Silas Greaves. And when the dust finally settled,
Sí, ese
he
soy
was the
yo.
last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened.
Que como repetir todo el tiempo todo. Está demasiado bien hecho.
It was early evening, not high noon. The Daltons
Va a ser un
blew up
duelo,
the
¿no?
safe, and we're all set to hightail it out of there. I was late to the party, and Coffeyville was already up in arms. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
El líder elefante. Los hermanos Dalton. Bob M.
I've been
Y.
tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. They still had friends in Coffeyville.
¿Dónde están?
Oh, now what? Waste your bullets. Go ahead.
¿Pero dónde hecho está afuera? Ah. Jeje. Venga, putos.
Those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions. I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose them. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. I'm ending you. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
¿Dónde fueron los perros? What?
Get out here! The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least 2 of them to escape. The 3rd brother stayed behind to plant me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work. It was Emmett, the youngest. And he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Greaves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. And I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
Ah, qué pena. Ok. Ah, pero no. Ahora que necesitaba escopeta, porro. No puedo irme, ¿no? No. Ah, ya está. Necesitaba escopeta ahora. Puta madre. ¿Sabes?
Send you to the bone orchard.
Mamarla, a ver.
Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
23
Well,
palos.
Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him?
Mierda, 23 palos sobrevivió el hijo de puta. ¿Quién es Robocop?
But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
Buena. No saqué ningún logro igual.
We'll get those suckers. It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away with this.
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track them to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course. So we kept an eye out for landmarks. It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood. The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded.
Que
The
me tengo que orientar
vigilantes had
solamente
spread
con los
out
árboles.
wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Bury them in the swamp. Plant them where they stand.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm. So I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
Perro. Ay. Lo maté sin ver al último suspiro. Tengo balas. Pará, flaco, que no llegué todavía. No me... Pero la puta que te parió.
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
Ok. ¿Para qué se viene? Tiempo. Ahí está, nice. Pará, me dio el oro. De lleno. Me lo dio, me lo dio. No sonó, pero me lo dio. Ah, sí salió en el stream salió. En mi pantalla no salió, no sé por qué. Pero ahora tengo otra misión. ¿Dónde? ¿Esto? Tengo que encontrar al que tira eso. Tengo que encontrar el de las dinamitas. Como sea. ¿El computador fue? Encima que no se murió el... No, está. La tengo que localizar nomás. Es ese. Salió. ¿Por qué no salen ahora los logros? Bueno, pero salió el logro. Bro, es una verga. Ya tenés que sacar.
Point being, I was under serious attack, and my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Qué basura, boludo, qué programa de mierda. Buah, programa de mierda no, tampoco tanto. O sea, funciona como un orto así. Pero que Steam tenga unas notificaciones de logros tan asquerosas como las que tiene, es imperdonable, bro. No tienen sonido, no hacen nada, bro. Pues intenté buscar la forma para que quede más lindo en directo, pero funciona cuando quieren. Pero bien, sacamos dos logros
A
joyas.
barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view, but just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was.
What the
Steve?
Ah, era el...
So I just started walking, and pretty soon... Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Indians? They were Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Bounty hunters! Stop that, son bitch!
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family?
Rip Morris, no sé qué decía. Easter egg. Puta madre. Me he dejado golpear.
Bounty hunters! Stop that, son bitch!
Es que quiero hacer el combo, pero no voy a poder. Voy a tener que sacarlo normal al combo. Su puta madre. Voy a tener que sacarlo en normal al combo.
What's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
Porro. Ah, lo vi.
Bounty hunters! Stop that, son bitch!
There he is!
Oh, pero la dinamita de mierda. Hay que matar al dinamitero.
Stop that, son bitch!
Ok. Arma legendaria desbloqueada.
Somebody kill that son bitch!
Madre.
Boy, you are shit out of luck. Now you're in trouble.
¿Dónde fue? Hijo de perra. Ya está. Pero el escudero, ¿dónde está? Ah, por acá. Perro. ¿Dónde está? Un poquito mentira, ¿no, perro? ¿No llega ¿No llega el fusil de ahí? Okay.
I knew those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them. And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve?
Creo que voy a
It was a
dejarlo a la hora de
steamboat
Steam y voy a
with a
hacer alguna
goddamn army
cosa
on
para
board.
que se vean.
It was then that a fusillade of bullets.
Pero no entiendo por qué pasa esto. ¿Qué tiene? Me cago en el programa este y también me cago en Steam. Las dos. Pero sacamos un montón. Uf, ¿cuál era la escena? Sacamos Encuentro al náufrago en los pantanos de Missouri. Sacamos el de disparar un cartucho de dinamita en el aire y al que lo lanzaban en concentración. Mata a un escopetero usando una escopeta a corto alcance. A ver. Voy a tener que buscar otra alternativa. No sé qué pasó el otro día cuando hicimos Cuphead, funcionó súper bien. Me falta revisar el programa. Claro, necesito 50.000 intentos para abrirlo, boludo. No sé si lo estará bloqueando Windows o qué, pero es raro porque el otro día con Cuphead funcionó a la perfección. Son of a bitch. No lo abre el puto, boludo. Tiene que haber alguna forma aparte de esta de hacer los logros más bonitos en PC. Que no tiene sentido, bro. Ahí lo detecto en teoría. Por la duda lo voy a jugar así. Ya está. Así, así. A la mierda.
And those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Okay. Creo que este es el desafío doble encima. El duelo doble.
Somewhere up there the Daltons were waiting on me.
Repito cerca. Repito cerca, repito cerca. Okay. Ah, hay dos. ¿Hay dos pepitos cerca o qué? ¿Qué onda, bro? Bueno, no lo agarré, soy imbécil. Ah, pues sí. No, tan imbécil no soy. Un poquito nada más. Lo llevo acá y me dice, hay una pepita cerca. Soy imbécil cuando no lo veo. Pues bueno, ahora buscaremos.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just
Ah,
ain't
mira que
in
me
my
está marcando
nature.
acá arriba.
Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Capaz que me está marcando acá arriba. Puede ser. Yep. Ametralladora Gatling. Sabía que habíamos. Ah.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out! I'm
Fuck.
sending you to hell!
Me estafaron. Hemos sido engañados, gente.
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Well, yeah, but I was in a
Did you
fight.
hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
You're
well,
talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway,
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
oh God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Greaves?
Uy, se
I
vio.
took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all.
No. Voy a dejar un rato. Acá se viene el combo. Acá lo voy a intentar el combo. El normal probablemente es easy el combo. Pero bueno. ¿16? 17, 18, 19, 20. Logro. Era en el aro, me salió. Es más, me voy a dejar. Bueno, ya salió el aro, así que da igual. Voy a usar los logros de Steam nada más, gente.
Bob and Grat weren't about to come at me one at a time. They were in this
Voy
together.
a usar los logros de Steam nada más. Acá salió. Alcanzó el nivel 20 de combo. No lo quería hacer, pero bueno. No me queda otra. Si no, no se van a ver. Qué porquería.
Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Casi.
They got it wrong. A sad end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds.
Por lo menos sí se podría hacer más grande el logro. Por lo menos.
He moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers.
Me faltó una pepita ahí.
My own brother.
Por cierto, 12 logros. El malogrado saldo del tren. Esta parte está god.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Tengo que agarrar todas las armas,
Were
probablemente.
you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Fusil recortado.
I found the device they used to blow the tracks, so I knew I was headed in the right direction.
¿Lo activé? Sí, ¿no? Imagino que sí.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge.
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there.
Estoy viviendo de la historia.
I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados.
Grabado.
Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
God damn him!
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day.
Saqué a dinamitas. Una concentración en la barra.
As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Uy, qué mal que puse el... Ahora sí.
Times it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
Se murieron.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come
Oh, el
riding in,
pendejo de Wayne.
guns ablazing to help?
Pesado que es, Wow, creo que ya sé cómo hacer esto. Ya sé cómo hacer porque los logros se vean más grandes.
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Who the hell is that?
¿Sabes lo que vamos a hacer? Mira cómo soluciono esto. Voy a hacer que capture obviamente pantalla. Pero que solamente capture como esta parte. ¿Cómo hago para...? Ok. O sea, mi idea es como que capture solamente esta parte. Ah, pero se va a duplicar el juego. Ah, no me sirve. Quería capturar solamente esta parte donde sale el logro y agrandarlo, pero se va a ver como duplicado el juego. Me cago. Todavía no sé cómo hacerlo. ¿Dónde están? Ah, no lo vi.
He's killing everybody. You're dead. He'll kill us all.
Van a ver.
You ain't seen the likes of me.
I will kill you.
Tiene la pepita cerca. ¿Dónde, hijo de puta?
Brother, I'm gonna make you pay for that.
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they?
Cabrón, putos.
Only a few stragglers were left. I had to cut them down pronto if I was gonna stay on old Bob's trail. once I silenced
Bastante
all
ok.
those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flatnose Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that. On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America.
Vamos bastante bien con los duelos.
They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that.
El tren de la 1:30 al infierno. Los afirman que sin incansable persecución de Bob Bryan llevó a los líderes del grupo salvajes a huir a Sudamérica.
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
Nivel 20 es otro logro.
That Kid Curry's kinda crazy, ain't he?
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Pensé que era. Qué inflamable otra vez, boludo. Ya se hermano.
Somebody really pissed this son bitch off.
Se va a sufrir en el modo... En el modo lejano oeste.
Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down. Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
Ahí estaban los inflamables, hijo de puta. Busca pistas sobre el paradero. Okay.
And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports.
A la mierda, que hace volar todo el hijo de puta. Kid
Curry was considered the wildest of the Wild Bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Damn it! What the hell?
Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
Agarré la escopeta sin querer, hijo de puta, no se vale.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
Bien. Okay. What the fuck?
If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me. I'm gonna cut you in two. Now you're in for it.
So what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
¿Estás bien? ¿You are okay? Pues nada.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually, there was a fourth charge impeding my progress.
Okay.
Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
Manera de morir, bro, su puta madre. Ahí tengo que activar cosas. Soy imbécil. No me acostumbro a... ¿Qué hago así? Está completamente muerto.
So I proceeded onward.
I
realized that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Ahí arriba va a estar, ¿no? Fusil recortado. Sí, que yo sé que hay uno, pero no lo veo. Ha dicho que está. Ah, probablemente arriba. puta madre.
Of course, I had to tread carefully. Otherwise, I could
De la nada, no, es increíble.
die.
Tiene que estar la concha de su hermano. Ah, igual después lo voy a buscar todo, siempre pasa lo mismo. Pero bueno. Lo podía agarrar ahora, zafado. Camino menos. Ahí está la concha de su hermano. Venga, ahora sí.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment.
Sí.
Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be
Ahora buscar las
talking to you
pepitas que
folks here today.
Había dos pepitas por acá. Voy a saber dónde va. Ok, por acá hay uno. Morí.
I hope you understand how badly my adventure might have ended had I not been as careful as hell.
Iba caminando solo encima. Cuando ya me estaba en el borde. Atrás, tomar.
Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge.
Well, it was a touching reunion.
Quiero mis pepitas. Vamos a puta madre. Hay uno. Y había otro. Había otro, lo sé. Pero estaba como al principio. Voy a sacar de nuevo. ¿Cómo carajo vuelvo al principio? Esto también me doy la concha. Creo que no hay forma de volverlo. No, o estoy yendo en círculo ya. No, aquí.
But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore. It's truly amazing I've made it this far in life, considering how many times I've danced with death.
¿Llegará a terminarlo hoy? No creo, ¿no? Sería God terminarlo hoy. Al modo historia en Dificil. Ahora voy a revisar cuánto me falta.
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
He's crazy. Kid Curry asked me.
Hijo de puta. No me gusta el doble pistola. Lo quería sacar, pero bueno, yo estaba muriendo.
He's crazier than Kid Curry asked me. Nuttier than a damn fruitcake. Kill it.
¿Qué es esto? Revólver de marfil. Hay que empezar a completar esto, aunque no lo usemos. Que nos faltan estas dos armas nada más, para tener todas las armas legendarias.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Kid Curry.
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
¿Quién me estaba dando? Fuck.
Get out here, you coward! Shit! Stand still so I can kill you. You know who I am? I think he's scared. Stupid contraption! Damn! This is the last mistake you'll ever make! Ah! You can't beat me! Are you kidding me? God damn it, I need some help here! Leave him with me! Boys, take this sumbitch out! He's there! Stand still so I can kill you!
1, a correr poco, ¿eh? ¿Son todos? Que boludo, no era necesario. Los para allá ahora.
Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
Duelo.
As fast as he was, I was just a bit faster.
Yeah, boy.
And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch's Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him. Those were his last words.
Y casi todo me falta uno. A ver, voy a salir al menú un ratito. A ver cuántos episodios me faltan para saber si me conviene rushearlo ahora o no. La muerte monta nunca vaya a ser. Jesse James.
I confronted them as they were robbing a train.
Sí, hermano. A ver cómo estamos. Uy, nos faltan 3 nada más, lo podemos hacer. Y pepitas, mira, nos falta 1, 2, por ahora, 3, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 y nos faltan las de acá. No estamos tan mal. ¿Acá de qué es? Por acá son un montón. No me jodas que esto es online porque me pego un tiro, bro. No, creo que no. Ok, no sé. Bueno. Y duelos. Fuck. Ah, son todos duelos, ¿no? Y los tengo que matar todos de manera honorable. Según el logro. Ahora vamos a parar ahora. Pero van a hacer el duelo de forma honorable y rápida, persona auténtica leyendo del salvaje hoy. Va a estar interesante. Va a preparar algo y por lo menos hoy vamos a terminar modo difícil. Ya reducimos bastante la cantidad, de hecho prácticamente la mitad, porque uno lo tenemos asegurado, que es más, dos tenemos asegurado. Tenemos dos asegurados. Uno es terminar el modo historia en cualquier dificultad y otro es terminar el modo historia en difícil. Por ende, cuando terminemos en difícil nos van a dar los dos, imagino. Entonces pues ahí serían 14 logritos. Una repetición, mucha penita que no funcione el programa. Me da bastante penita, la verdad. Lo voy a reiniciar de nuevo por si acaso. En una de esas. Reconoce todo pero no funciona. Ya funciona cuando quiere el hijo de puta. Pum, 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 parum, 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 pum, parum, pum, parum. Entiendo la razón. Ya yo intenté de todo. A ver qué nos queda. Segundo. 1 second. Nope. Pum, 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 pum. No, sad. Ok, ¿ves? Estos dos salen juntitos. Lucha en concentración durante 15 minutos. Sí, imagino que es acumulable, ¿no? Quiero imaginar. Desbloquear todas las habilidades de modo historia. Ya va a estar complicado. Yo no sé cómo lo voy a hacer. Letras ocultas. Encuentra y mata a Red. Perdona a tu némesis. Mata a tu némesis en un duelo honorable. Ok, en esta partida lo vamos a matar. Y en la de lejano oeste lo vamos a perdonar. Porque como probablemente sea más difícil. Pues entonces... Dale forro. No va a funcionar. No funciona, no funciona. Vamos a hacer una cosa. Voy a cerrar el juego. Y voy a abrirlo de nuevo. Así que vamos a hacer, esta vez lo vamos a matar en esta partida. La gente de YouTube tiene suerte que puede adelantar estas partes, pero bueno, mis streams son así en verdad. O sea, le doy como muy fuerte y después toca un poquito de descanso. Un poquito de chill. Ok, lo bueno es que tengo que conseguir el máximo de 3 estrellas en una sola misión de arcade. Tengo que terminar todas, pero solamente en una necesito 3 estrellas, así que bien. Me sirve. Sirve bastante. Ah, no, consigue todas las estrellas en modo arcade. Me puta que lo parió. Pues entonces sí tengo que sacar todas las estrellas. Ahí funciona. Que ahora van a ver doble. Va, doble. Van a ver una notificación abajo, la de Steam, y van a ver esa de arriba porque ahora va a salir. Sigamos. Ya quedó. Qué divertido me parece esto de platino del juego, bro. Me encanta. Igual todavía estamos con facilito, ya no van a tocar muy complicados. Igual este...
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every
tampoco va a
which
ser
way.
súper fácil.
But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was
Va a tener
going
la
to find
suya
this
seguramente.
Jim.
Shoot that stupid son of a bitch!
Stop that! I'm gonna cut you in two.
¿Me cerró solo, boludo? No puedo disparar. Es imbécil. A ver, revólver de marfil. Buah, está épico. Carga 2 segundos, literal.
You don't want to mess with us!
Now wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
La leyenda dice que podía parar un tren con la mirada. Che se llames. Tiene nombre de actriz porno.
They hopped a freight train, having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So I hopped the same train.
What? You know?
The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head. Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I
The
reached
James
that...
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in
Antes
high
adentro del vagón,
regard.
pero...
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Tengo que ir tirando la concentración a cada rato para que se vaya acumulando. Cargan rapidísimo si está cerrado.
Come and get me about the guns!
Bueno. Corre. Sí, lo vi. Era un escopetero, su puta madre.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks and
Tengo que
I've been sitting
cambiarle
here for quite a
el
spell.
agua al canal, tranqui.
Right through there. Let me show you.
Hijo de puta, no se juego en pausa porque se fue a mirar el hijo de puta. Ah, juegas. 20 sobre 10 y God.
I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Boy, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the
But you
bar.
seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better.
Volvió.
Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Starr? Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's a damn Pinkerton!
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Ay, ¿por dónde lo parió?
No, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember it.
I bet you are.
Ya que God que cargan estas armas, es espectacular.
Yeah, you know you can't beat me.
Para cuando nos toque jugar un modo lejano, creo que voy a subir estas habilidades para tener estas armas lo más rápido posible. Dynamite. Son God. Y no son tan difíciles de subir, solamente hay que
I came across a
Hay que
flat car
rusharlas.
piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Guess I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
no estoy dando. Está más lejos. Pensé que estaba más cerca. Los explosivos.
You're dead!
Vale, perro.
Gotta reload again!
¿Le doy ahí? Facilito. ¡A la mierda, putos!
You can't fight James, gang!
Facilito, putos. Quiero presentar a la gata en este juego, bro. ¿Esto?
This asshole don't know who he's up against.
Que voy a empezar a subir acá.
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself.
Si se volvió de nuevo. Se volvió de nuevo el
There
libro.
sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
¿Llegará a subirme todas las habilidades del modo historia? Porque me quedan muy pocos capítulos y me falta toda la rama de la escopeta. Falta toda la rama de corto alcance. Entonces como que estoy dudando. Me faltan 2, 4, 6, 8. Y me faltan todas estas, boludo, que son 18. Es un montón. Primero que puedo hacer un Game of Plus. Que puedo hacer un Game of Plus, imagino que sí, bastante facilito de hecho. Esta forra.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train. I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah, Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you. Yeah, I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
Piénsate lo dos antes de asignar la punta de habilidad. Una vez lo haga, no habrá vuelto atrás y literalmente rushé cosas solamente para sacarle cruz.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch, Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. A perfect place to hide out from the authorities. In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the res and were hiding out from the military found me first.
Será el menú de armas si no me dejo esquivar. Bastante raro lo que pasó ahí. No sé si yo apreté mal o qué. Bueno.
Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul. Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Man. Like that time... Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes,
Of course.
Rosaban balitas.
In fact, I can still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men.
Perros. Descansamos.
And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
Esta parte la tengo que hacer con la pistola.
Like that time. Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I can
Porque
still
recarga más
remember
rápido.
that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul.
Pero ¿qué me pasa?
You will come to this place again
Vaya, ahora no pego una bala.
and kill many more
Estoy como
men.
por momentos. Por momentos soy literalmente juego. Corro. Bien. Ahora la concentración, boludo. Creo que la
And the
concentración.
darkness will grow
Todo lo que puedo.
until it consumes everything you are.
Desapareció. No, no desapareció. Hijo de puta. Pensé que habían desaparecido.
Like that time. Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I could still remember that old
Volvemos
medicine
con Lobo
man's
Gris ahora.
words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul.
No pego una,
You
boludo.
will come to this place again and kill many more men.
Mala suerte. Y acabamos.
And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
So, did you ever find him? Who? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
¿Ya está? Ahora sí.
Mr. Greaves, are you all right?
Ooh,
Uy,
death.
te agarro.
Ooh, death.
¿Por qué no marcaba una pepita hoy? Sí.
Won't you spare me over till another year? What is this that I can't see with ice cold
Juegazo.
hands taking
Su
hold
puta
of
madre.
me? Well, I am death.
Amo este juego,
None
boludo. Me
can
encanta este juego.
excel. I'll
Por eso dije que la tengo que
open the
platinar.
door to
Así que la compré y dije
heaven
se viene
or
platino.
hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over till another year?
So are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son-bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
Frank James. Es el hermano de Jesse James, creo.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
Uf.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse.
Uf, qué rápido viene la bala.
He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me. Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
La mierda.
And that old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
No era por ahí. Fuck, otra vez. Ahora por ahí.
Son of a bitch! Gonna cut you a new spot! Take him out! He's just one man! Put him down! I want that bastard dead! Die! This is gonna hurt! You're gonna bleed!
Okay.
And that old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
Estoy como en la pantalla como que me morí, bro.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Yo tiré. Sí, lo mataba, lo mataba.
As I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again.
So, what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts. But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that sumbitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr.
Recarga durante el sprint. Eso está bueno.
While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
Son of a bitch!
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Ok. Está bien.
Why won't this asshole die? Aim if you're gonna fire.
Ok. Tranquilo, 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 tranquilo.
I don't think he knows who we are. Don't let him through. I will knock you into next week.
Eventually, it was just me and Reed.
Atacar pelado.
I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers. and repay him I did.
Logro. Ahora sí salió. Justicia. Salieron los dos, ¿vio? Vieron que sale el de Steam ahí allá abajo. Pero la que arriba también salió. Ah, nada.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
El bueno, el muerto y el malo.
"40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now."
Otra vez pasa lo mismo.
Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
For all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am. Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever, from the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly, it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades.
Puto. Bastante F, ¿no? ¿Cómo vuelvo ahí? Había una pepita, la concha de tu hermano. Pues bueno. F. Creo que no puedo entrar de nuevo. A ver. Ojo. Creo que no. Ah, pues sí. Aquí está cerca. Otro color de marfil, nice. Ahí.
Town was falling apart, just like me.
¿A dónde chata? Ah, para acá no.
But I wasn't about to call it quits. Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Son of a bitch. ¿Dónde está, boludo?
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us today.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack. Because when I woke up...
From the dead?
There was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy, the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop. Here and there, and even over there.
So I am right. You are titched in the head.
Esto es como una chota.
Mr. Greaves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past.
Ah, tan complicado de ver, Tan complicado de ver los forros. La parte de los fantasmitas.
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me.
Hey, llegué a nivel 20, no me dieron logro. Ah, acabo de tengo que subir la habilidad.
In the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Hijo de puta. Está complicado. No tengo cobertura. Fuck. Esta puede ser mi cobertura. Okay. Se lo ves a... No se los ve. ¿No más? Pues no. Hey, ¿hay una de nivel 20? ¿O me estafaron? ¿Me estafaron o soy imbécil? ¿Me estafaron o soy imbécil? ¿Hay un logro que tenía que subir al nivel 20? Te juro que... Te juro que había uno de subir al nivel 20. Ah, no, alcanza el nivel 20 de combo. Soy estúpido. Perdón, no dije nada.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Todos los que maté, bro, de fantasma. Ya van dejando clic. Se viene parte complicadísima. Se viene parte complicadísima.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
The fuck. Esos perros.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond.
Perro.
Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed. Each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
Okay.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
De nervios. De putos nervios, no, mira que todo de nuevo. Sí, hijo de puta. Bueno. Va. Volvimos. Bro, lo que pega. Lo que pega. Chill.
Then I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Hoş Cassidy. KTV. Sunset Gear. Sundance. El bueno, el muerto y el malo.
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Edda's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
El duelo a la mexicana usa QIE para centrarte en enemigos que están viendo. Entonces no me muere. Ay, qué pena, solté el botón, soy imbécil. Solté el botón de derecha, que estaba esquivando. Perdí velocidad. Ah, es muy complicado esto.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Buen duelo, buen duelo. Final. Me voy a llegar para bloquear todas las habilidades, no sé cómo voy a hacer eso. Bloquear todas las habilidades en una partida, bro. Mucho tao voy a hacer eso. Al menos que haya un game más plus.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
Puede ser, un game más plus y ahí las que me faltan.
So, you never found Bob? There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh, man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
En esta nos vengamos. Señoras y señores, go.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Picardo.
Holy shit!
Dwight, Molly, move against that wall. Go!
Uy, acá sin nada.
Oh my god! Oh Jesus!
Violencia con violencia se paga. Mata a tu némesis en un duelo. Otra vez no se lo logra arriba. Pero bueno, ahí lo están viendo. Ya con eso me conformo.
Did you know it was him all along?
Ya veré cómo puedo solucionar ese
Cassidy
tema para
told
que
me
lo puedan
Bob
ver
was
bien.
in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed. The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir, Mr. Graves.
So where you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
God. Increíble. Juegazo 10 de 10. Aunque no vieron la historia, pero juegazo 10 de 10. Y 2 logros. Termina la historia en cualquier dificultad y termina la historia en dificultad difícil. Está disponible el juego más plus, ahí está. Empieza la historia conservando las armas y la habilidad desbloqueada. Está disponible la dificultad oeste real. Intenta superar la historia casi sin HUD y como dificultad para vivir una experiencia western de verdad. Primero vamos a hacer la partida más plus para desbloquear. Hoy no, igual, ya no. Pero vamos a hacer la partida más plus para desbloquear las habilidades que nos faltan. Vamos a hacer eso primero mañana. Después vamos a juntar todas las pepitas. Vamos a juntar todas las pepitas que nos faltan. Quizás haga estos dos y terminemos con el modo western, que se va a estar complicado. Así que vamos a ver cuántos logros hicimos. 16 logros. Nos quedan 10 logros, gente. Vamos a actualizar. Nos quedan 10 logros, gente. Nos queda. Ahora reencuentro de nuevo. Nos queda perdonar a tu némesis. Que eso lo vamos a hacer en la partida lejano oeste. Lucha en concentración durante 15 minutos. Eso me falta también. Me falta desbloquear todas las habilidades en modo historia. Que eso lo vamos a hacer en el Game Plus. Y bueno, después todas las misiones de arcade. Las misiones de arcade en máxima estrella. La historia en dificultad oeste real. Y recoger todas las pepitas. Lo de los duelos. Ganar todos los duelos con honor. En el modo duelo. Y conseguir todas las estrellas en modo arcade. Pero bueno, estamos bien, estamos chill. Hoy sacamos más de la mitad. O sea, está bien. Viene lo más complicado obviamente, pero bueno. Así que voy a pedir por ahora de YouTube. Pido disculpas otra vez por el tema de los logros. Voy a ver si lo puedo solucionar. Es un tema que quiero arreglar básicamente para que se vea bien y lo vean ahí en grande y sea más bonito, más vistoso. Hoy no funcionó por alguna extraña razón, funcionó de ya ratos. Pero bueno, por lo menos lo vieron ahí abajo lo de Steam. Pero bueno, voy a ver cómo lo soluciono, si encuentro alguna solución para que lo puedan ver más bonito y que se vea ahí en grande y que se note bien, que sea más cool. Así que gente, voy a despedir para YouTube. Muchas gracias por ver, denle like, suscríbanse y todas esas cosas. Abajo en la descripción está toda la data de cuándo y en dónde estamos en directo platinando juegos. Me lancé que se viene el modo western, que eso va a estar bastante complicadito, así que los espero. Muchas gracias por ver y nos vemos en el siguiente show.